Very good day everybody and welcome to another video. This is your personal funky sim pilot. My name is Arkady Gidzenko and I will be your captain for today's flight. And today's flight will take us from Reykjavik in Iceland to Minneapolis, St. Paul Airport, Minneapolis, Minnesota, United States of America. We're flying the PMDG 777-F, the freighter variant, the Maersk air cargo livery, for a flight of around 6 hours, 6 minutes flight time. And the distance will be 2,622 nautical miles. We'll be using the PMDG 777-F, and we're using GZX Airsoft simple traffic tool, real world time and real world weather. So let's get into this thing and start it all up. And let's go have some flying. Let's get the overlay up there as well. Now that we're at it. Right, so we're parked at one of the, well, basically cargo ramps, I would guess. But from the looks of it, this is going to be very interesting for us to push back. I'm not really sure what the idea is here. But we'll just probably drive straight through that Wizz Air plane behind us there. We'll just see what's going to happen. So it's been a couple of days. Let's just say it was a bit of a turbulent week. But here we are. And let's hop inside. So I find the aircraft sort of started. It's not totally cold and dark. Let's have a look. I've been out of it a little bit. So we got the APU running. We should be able to see this down here as well. APU is running. So we do not have we do not have external power. So let's get the ground options. Request ground power. That should get the ground power unit connected. Let's also start the boarding process. It, well, you know, the simply flight plan said 19 passengers, but it's actually a cargo flight. Let's forget it. It's okay. So let's go request boarding. Alright, so what do we do up here? Let's get the storm lights going here for a little bit. Oops, no, go back on. And how do you turn? Like this? Okay. So, secondary, primary, external power, primary, secondary. Turn those on. And the ADRU, that will be our inertial reference system. Let's arm the emergency lights. And anything else?
Requested.
Alright, well, let's go with this one. Turn on the logo lights. That's pretty much it up here. We'll get our flight plan from the ESD. And departure weather. Wind 300 degrees at 7 knots. Oh yeah, it's the main cargo door. I believe GZX does not know how to do that on its own. So, door management. Cargo main. Open. That slowly goes.
Do you want to board crew?
I would like to board crew, sure.
Crew bus is coming.
Let's hope we do not run into a problem with GSX and that this door won't close. We may have to play around with that. Let's get our checklist here in the middle. So what's the ICAO code? So look there, the door appears to have closed again maybe, or it is open. Okay, so like that, so it was in transit. Okay. So the ICAO code Bravo India Kilo Foxtrot.
Pilot's boarding starting.
And today will be a long hauls series. So there is always a good chance that I will lie down for a little beauty sleep at some point and go AFK, but we'll see about that. I believe we're at gate 25. Let's see if that even exists. Not in the database. We're all going to act very surprised now. Alright, so let's have a look what the Navigraph map says. It is saying, not quite sure what to make of this now. I would think, I don't know, 64, 65, yeah, I guess then we are 64. Okay. Route. So we request our route from Simbrief. We set the payload and fuel, so let's have a look. I believe the block fuel looks okay. We've got X15, 340.
Your crew has boarded.
53, so 52.9 for the, wait, 53.5 for the block fuel, or 53.6, we rounded up, and 6.4 final results. So 53.6, 6.4, so we can set the payload and we'll set the fuel. I did not set any cargo weight, so actually I have no clue what we're carrying. I simply forgot, otherwise I actually would have done that, but we've already started and that's fine. But I must say I do like the idea of, you know, like setting a specific cargo weight and everything, you know, so it will also be nice and heavy when we touch down. But yeah, Simbrief block fuel set, very good, and then we select route. That looks to be requesting. I can never, I always have to click that anyway. So let's say the oxygen is tested, flight instruments, well, we'll look at that in a little bit. Parking brake, we should probably set now. Not sure that we first maybe need to load it. Route 1 uplink loading. Let's first load it. I may have screwed up the order there. In the meantime, let's set a squawk code of 31. I'll just keep on transponder for now. Okay, so let's go here. So our winds are ready as well. So let's activate this now and then we execute. And then now if we go here we should have the entire route in here. But obviously we're missing our departures and arrivals. So let's do this right now. So our flight plan is right here. We'll be departing from runway 28 with the RALOV 1 Delta departure. So runway, 28, RALOV 1 Delta. No transition, execute. Go back index and then Minneapolis St. Paul. For now, it is arriving runway 30 left. And it's just a direct via MUSCL. 30 left, ILS 30 left, and is there? There's no stars, at least we did not get a star. And do we have a MUSCL? Not quite. Let's just leave it as is. Execute. So now we should have the entire plan, and then there's a little discontinuity as expected right there at MUSCL. Okay. To perfin it. 6.4, 53.6, 340 costing X15. We can accept these numbers. And then for our, let me click it. So the performance tool. So departing runway 28. I think runway condition can be dry. We'll support for aircraft and weather. Let's correct the Pascal 1004. Now we calculate. Flaps 5, takeoff 2 at 39 degrees. So takeoff 2, 39 degrees. 88.8, that seems to add up. Flaps 5, trim 5.25, V1 164, V rotate 166, V2 167. So flaps 5. 5.25, and I think it's probably calculating these speeds on its own now. I don't think we can enter them manually. I've had this once before, so 164. Maybe, let's see. Not sure if this has to do with the aileron not being totally aligned yet. Time to align 1 minute, so maybe that's actually a reason. I'm not really sure. Let's also wait a little bit with the flight directors. So what's our checklist? Tell us flight instruments, heading, altimeter. Let's actually see our departure. So departing from runway 28, and we have the RALOV 1 Delta. And that looks like heading 282, and then turn left, slightly left, heading 277. Go up 55.7 nautical miles until we get to RALOV. That's a very simple departure. So you go that way. Okay, let me do it. I think we can do that. So RALOV 1 Delta, here we see it as well. On 282, track to Kilo Foxtrot 255 to RALOV. And this is a Kilo Foxtrot 255. So we could set runway heading 282. I like these increments of 5. There you go. There, the aileron has aligned. And here we have our V speeds, 165, 166, and 167. Let's keep these numbers. That means we're done setting up our FMC. The flight instruments heading altimeter, so let's set the altimeter to 9 of, let's go hectopascal. It's probably what we're using here. Whoops. Come on, 004. Turn on the flight directors both sides. And let's set the altitude in the window. 340. What I would like to see, do we have any step climb or anything? Basically 340. Then 360. That's it. So we could say 360 here. Let's start with this. It's going to hold at 340 anyway at some point. So for the V2 speed, let's put in 250, that we're not going to be going faster there. Supernumerary signs. So we have our fuel on the board, 53.6. Let's turn the seatbelt sign on. Let's also get our hydraulics going. I think we're pretty much good to go in a bit. And the fuel pumps. Now, do we have anything in our center tanks? No, they are empty. So we do not need the center fuel pumps. So the mode control panel V2, heading and track altitude, we all set that. Takeoff speeds, we have them as well. CDU pre-flights already been completed, so trim was 5.25. And now that we have hydraulics, let's go ahead and set the trim to 5.25. 5 and 1/4. There we go. Beautiful. Taxi and takeoff briefing. Well, let's have a look at that. So takeoff briefing basically we've had. We'll fly runway heading 282, and then at Kilo Foxtrot 255, I'm not sure what the name was. We will turn left heading 277. But the autopilot will do this for us. So runway 28. That's right there. So we will probably go the outer edge here. So November 2, November 3. So the November. So basically we just push back nose to the right, and then we get onto November. That will just take us on a nice way all around the main area, straight to runway 28. So that's our taxi briefing. Takeoff briefing is complete as well. Let's turn on our beacon. Let's see what the boarding process is doing. That's all finished. Boarding completed. That's looking beautiful. So I think we can almost prepare for push and start. See, that's the 4-star checklist, and now we have before taxi. So I think we're pretty much set here. We will actually not be using our radios today. We're not flying online, but still it's nice to just all set them correctly, or at least how I think it's supposed to be. I'm not saying it is correct. I have no clue. I'm just a funky sim pilot. Alright, so we turn on the beacon, so the ground crew knows that we're about to start our engines. Let's turn off or disconnect. Basically turn off here the external power. We are on APU anyway. And we can also release the ground power unit. That would be under ground connections, ground power release. And I think let's remove the chocks as well. And hopefully that's going to auto close the doors here, but it doesn't quite look like it, so they need a little nudging. The door management and close all. So far so good. Let's request push and start. Let's have a little sip of our refreshing iced tea. Beautiful.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Yeah, so not quite sure how this is going to work. Fortunately, it's Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, so we can just drive through all the airplanes. Still, it's a little bit funny. So this will be the before taxi. The NPIs should be all on auto. And they're all on auto. You can actually check this one. Recall will do that before we start taxiing. So this is telling us now The engine on shutdown mode and the TCAS is currently off. Seatbelt signs are on, parking brakes set, APU is running, doors manual, not sure what that manual means.
Gear.
Let's not forget LNAV and BNAV. They are now armed. So yeah, again, sure, not sure what's going to happen now. So nose to the right, tail to the left.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Start engine number 2. Get to the engine page here. Let's get the fuel in there. This is interesting though. I was expecting a lot worse, I must say. So in that sense, look at the angle there. It's like, okay, you just move to the side and that's it. So, but it would be really nice if now we would actually go into that direction. And obviously it would also be nice if it would not push us into that structure there. So let's have our GSX ready. That's sweet.
Please set parking brake.
Alright.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Engine number 1. Fuel. Right, Swift, good running engines. Let's confirm.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
So well, this is going to be impossible. So we're just going to have to drive through that Wizz Air, get ourselves onto November. It will take us all the way around to runway 28.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
So checklist, recall.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Recall's a tiny little button there. So the TCAS is off. Let's just turn that on. Oh, we love it, TCAS. Okay. The auto brake should go to rejected takeoff. Flight controls, I'm going to consider them checked, and ground equipment is clear. Then we should have before taxi, so flaps go to 5. Where is our bypass pin? Okay, well, we saw it. We'll dim the lights here a little bit on the flight deck. Let's turn the runway turn-off lights and the taxi lights on. And then we release the parking brakes. And let's get taxiing. So as I said, we will have to taxi through that aircraft. I will try to go around it a little bit, but you know, I'd rather drive through the aircraft actually than the right wingtip through the trees there. So maybe I will not even try to go around it. I'll just change my mind. Hopefully for the best. Yeah, at least now it doesn't seem that bad, does it? To speed 15. That's not looking bad. Holy shit. Oh man, I hate this crap. So probably what happened is there is something in the runway, or sorry, in the taxiway. Some of these airports have seams. Let's do restart. Microsoft Restart Simulator. Alright. Ready to fly. Was it telling me or just asking me? Okay, let's just get this out of the way for now. So what I'm doing now is I'm inspecting the taxiway to see if anything on the surface might have caused the issue, but it doesn't look like it. So probably it is that we are a little bit too wide with our wings. So maybe we touched this thingy here. I don't know. That was yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Maybe I'm going too fast here, I don't know. Let's see. Because what I mean is sometimes there might be these really big seams and like seriously, like, and then you can just hurt your gear, you know. But I don't think we were this far. And everything here looks fine. So this is definitely not going to work for us. So what we can do, we'll start the runway. I don't like doing it, but we will. You're too late for your scheduled departure. I'll go suck a tailpipe, man. Let's reposition aircraft, and we go runway 28, start. Request follow me, just warp me there. Hopefully this will not crash us. So far so good. There we are. so this is going to be a little bit different. Because of something unknown, I don't know, it doesn't look that wide. Maybe one of the wingtips might have struck the bushes there, I don't know. Alright, so it looks like we're going to have to do the entire damp thing again, so let's get through this real quick. External power we don't need, we have the APU, so ADRU goes on. Let's get some working lights up in here. Beacon and logo lights. Just going to turn everything on now and just get this sucker going. All the fuel pumps, but not the separate fuel pumps. Let's also get all our lights. Rope now as well, landing lights. I keep forgetting. BIKF. Gate doesn't matter, we'll just copy this. Route we'll request it from SimBrief. So yeah, sorry about that. So the fuel and everything still looks okay. So we set payload, we set the fuel. And we can select our route now. That is requesting. Checklist wise, let's just go real quick. We have to set our cruising altitude. We'll set 360, but we'll do a step climb. And we got 250 up in here. Also turn these on now. Ocean, flights with reds, parking brake, let's set the parking brake, and let's get our QNH. Load. Let's see how quickly I can set her up here. I really hate it when that happens, man. 3121. I think this is looking good. Activate our route and we execute. Next page, we have everything there. Departure arrival, we're runway 28 with the RALOV 1 Delta departure. Execute. Then we go back index. Arriving would now be ILS 30 left, and that's just a direct to, so execute. That should give us the flight plan as we saw earlier, and there will just be one discontinuity, and that's when we arrive, so we can skip that. So we go back perf in it. The fuel weight 6.4, 15340, this is all okay. 53.6, accept. So I believe we had takeoff 2 at 39 degrees. Oops. I'm going a little bit too fast maybe. 39 should give us 88.8, that's the same still. Then we had flaps 5 and we had a CG of 27.1 and then 5.25 and let's see, 5.25. Alright, so that is set. So I think basically we're just now waiting for the ADRU to line. And that is another 6 minutes. We could maybe quickly cheat and go PMDG setup. Aircraft, nope. options, simulation. Let's get a better view here. Let's see. Not sure if it's in here. Well, by the time we figure this out, we're probably alight anyway. So it's 5 more minutes, let's just take it easy. Let's see, parking brake's been set, although it doesn't detect. Should it? So now the parking brake does not want to release. Every now and then there's this issue with the brake. Let's see, we do have enough pressure in the brake accumulator. Alright, let's set this again. Gotta get sticked, okay, normal. Supernumerary signs. The build sign goes on. MCP, I think we've set this all up. And we need heading 282. And then we'll take a left turn heading 277, not first 282, but the autopilot will do this for us. 282. We cannot set, I think we cannot turn on the flight directors yet. I think we probably wait until the ADRU has realigned. Takeoff speeds. We also have to wait for the ADRUs to realign. CDU pre-flight is then pretty much completed. Trim we have set. Taxi and takeoff briefing are now no longer applicable. And what do you say we close the doors before we start flying? Okay. Yeah, so something weird happened during taxi. I didn't see anything, but all of a sudden, you know, simulator detected a crash. So, don't know what it was. I inspected afterwards the taxiway with the free camera going, you know, to the taxiway, but everything looked fine. So no clue what it was. Wind 3006 knots. We're on 3,100 overcast, 13,000 feet. 1004. Okay, let's close the doors and everything. So remove chocks and door management, just close all. Yeah, so in that sense it's going to be a little bit of a different start than usual. Not just because of the weird freak accident that happened during the taxi. I must say, in all fairness, all these airport charts usually have taxi routes for different types of aircraft, you know. So for wide-body aircraft like we are, sometimes not all taxi routes are available to us. So that's something maybe after this flight that should maybe be something for me to look into as well, just to take the simulation and the immersion like one step further, because that is ultimately what simulation is, you know. And perhaps in the future, or, you know, something similar could be I'm looking for the word. Prevented. There you go. 1 minute and 47 seconds, and then the ADRUs are aligned, and then we can fully continue. We do have hydraulic power, so we can set our flaps to the takeoff position, flaps 5. Let's do that in the meantime as well. So we are running on APU. Let's arm the emergency lights, and the anti-ice are all on auto. We got all our lights on already. So that all is looking fine. That's pretty much it. Let's get this baby going. So our V speeds were 165, 166 and 167, I believe. We'll see this in a minute. A little under a minute, 55 seconds. So it might be interesting to look back at the, well, not the replay, but actually to look back the stream and see what, if we can identify the point where something must have gone wrong. The only thing I can think of is that one of the wingtips, the right one, might have hit like a bush or something. The taxiway was not as wide as our runway is, obviously. It was a lot narrower. So, I don't know, maybe it's something like that, and it detects sort of like impact, you know, and it will say, no, that's it, man. Game over for you. Descent forecast uplinks are ready. We'll do that after we've taken off. Alright, 4 more seconds, and then the aircraft should know where it is in the world. We should see the screens here come to life. There we go. And now we got our V speeds. So let's confirm them, 165, 166 and 167. So that sets up our CDU. So we have the takeoff speed, CDU pre-flight is incomplete as well. And the NTIs was normal. Recall, we can quickly check that. Checklist incomplete norm. Really. Oxygen flight instruments, okay. So recall, let's check that. Actually, that should go, I guess. Engines are in shutdown mode. Am I missing anything? Before start. Takeoff speeds. CDU pre-flight trim, we've set our trim. 5.25. Taxi takeoff briefing is no longer applicable. Well, at least not the taxi briefing. Recall. Check, it's still saying checklist incomplete normal. Oh man, I hate this. I hate starting from the runway. Before taxi, flight controls checked, ground equipment clear. Before the takeoff, that's flaps 5. I guess we're good now then. Engines are in shutdown mode, so let's start these suckers up. You know, let's start both of them at once. Oh, let's be bold. See if we can break this sucker. Alright, so let's get the fuel in there. Alright, seatbelt signs are on, parking brake is set, auto brakes to RTO, APUs are running, and the doors in manual. And we have the elapsed time in the lower left corner of the PFD. So after takeoff, we'll fly to Kilo Foxtrot 255, that's runway heading 282, and then from there we'll take a slight left turn to heading 277, as you can see. Our engines are engineering. Let's go back to the checklist. I think we're good to go, but I must say the flow has sort of been disrupted. Let's go pre-flight. So every time, it looks like every time you go back, maybe we should just override a couple of things. Fuel control switches. Yeah, okay, I understand. This is now no longer applicable. So let's just forget about this. Item override. Norm. After takeoff. So I think we should just go. Okay, and we have 2 engines stable. Seatbelts on, parking brake set. Okay. Well, Geronimo. And before we go, LNAV, VNAV. No, we cannot do that. We need flight directors first. Flight director 1, flight director 2, LNAV, VNAV. They're all set. Let's get the hell out of here. So parking brake released. Let's go around 50% N1. And we'll set takeoff thrust. Now let's go to Minneapolis. That's where a very good funk comes from as well. So what better place on a funky sim pilot channel than to fly to Minneapolis,
80 knots.
where the king of funk was born. So 165 will be our V1 speed. Looks like he's already going, look at that. That is a little bit scary.
V1, rotate 2. Positive rate of climb.
This has been one of my most scary takeoffs. Gear up. And let's immediately turn on the autopilot. And there goes our gear. So now basically flying runway heading at 282. But we're like hardly climbing. Oh, look at that. I'm a little bit scared, although actually the speed is already picking up like 230 almost. Flaps up. So the flaps are moving, and then we'll check our after takeoff checklist as well. There you go. After takeoff checklist complete, and then we have descent. So then we'll just put this now on the com. Alright, so we do not have, we just have a small crew with us, no passengers. We're just doing a cargo run from Iceland to the United States. On top of climb coming up, so this is a very simple departure route really. If you remember, it was just like 2 waypoints, and that's it. Let's get our weather information. Minneapolis, St. Paul, we'll put it there. PMDG, auto, go. So will give us our weather. Position altitude, so let's go standard pressure. Speed 250 knots, we're still below 10,000 feet, so we're not allowed to go any faster than that. But once we reach RALOV in 44 miles, we should be a lot higher, and we should have 320 knots as a maximum. So we got some weather going on here, but this is, you know, we'll be landing in only like 6 hours or something. Let's get centered. Minneapolis, St. Paul, information Foxtrot, issued 1853 Zulu, surface wind 210 degrees 11 knots, visibility over 10 statute miles, few clouds 5,000 feet, few clouds at 25,000 feet, temperature 33 degrees, dew point 20, altimeter 2991. Okay. So it looks like 10,000 feet, there you go, nose is dropping a little. We can turn off the landing lights. You're on return of lights, taxi lights can go off as well. And seatbelt signs can go to auto. And I'm pretty much on our way. We're just climbing away here. APU still running. Let's shut that off. APU cool down. Yeah. Well, let's have this plane climbed, and I'll be right back. Well, we're back. Let's get the BRB out of the way. I do like this view though, man. Look. Diop Macos, Makukus. Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly, sir. Or ma'am, I don't know. But hello. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for saying hi. And welcome aboard. So we're flying this one, the PMDG 777-F, Maersk air cargo delivery. Diop, I'm going to try to pronounce your name again. Diop Mahukus. Alright, so speed 320 or 244. So we're holding speed. And if we go to the QNAP page, we should be step 2 360 at 2320. So that's still a couple of hours ahead. We're now 10 minutes into the flight. So we had to do a really messy, quick restart there. We'll see the weather, unable to arrive at this time. No worries, okay. We'll get something. Maybe in the meantime, let's have the navigation display there. I like that. Definitely still some clouds. It's come to play with us. So here we are, just about, just after RALOV. One of the more tempo departure routes, but there's no terrain, to take into consideration. You're just flying over the ocean. So it's probably more a matter of direction than anything else. Come on, navigator F, I do control N. And you go to the background. That's what we agreed on. No, you don't want to do it. Control N. No, I don't want to keep on doing this the whole time. Sometimes it actually refuses to do this when I'm actually in the OFP. So I don't know, just go to do some random button pressing. Always successful. Go back to flight, actually get rid of this one here. Okay, does a resizing help it remember? Control N. Maybe it's my keyboard, I don't know. Fuck it. I'm available for children's parties. There's the moon next to us. The weather's nice up here, above the clouds. So our estimated time of arrival currently 1954 Zulu. Wait, that is incorrect. Let's see, current, let's see, 1:20 Zulu. So it's in about 6 hours or so. So we did get a new comm message. Let's go back to COM. So now we actually have a weather report again. Information Foxtrot. I believe you've already seen this one. Have we cleared it? Oh, like it, there's the sun. There's the moon, right above our little tail there. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I do always like to think that the moon has a very friendly, open face. Right, so we're already at maximum range. So yeah, these are really long, simple flights if we look at the flight plan. It's just oceanic. There will be a bit of Greenland coming up as well. So we're not doing too bad. There is plenty of airports, I would hope. Right, the control N worked. And let's have a look. If we go airports, we should have all the airports in the vicinity. There's one 238 nautical miles behind us. There's one 2,439 miles in front of us, really. Okay, so no airports for us in Greenland. Well, let's just keep that on, it seems fun. And maybe let's also turn on the weather radar. In case there might be some weather. I mean, we're above the clouds, so we won't have any precipitation, but there might be some turbulence or something. And then at the same time, you know, we're just doing cargo flights, so it doesn't matter all too much. We're not carrying any passengers. There might be some people, you know, might be some crew here, but we don't see anyone. So we can just go here to play a little bit of guitar or something, you know. Let's have the weather radar down just a little bit instead of straight ahead. So we're now at 34,000 feet. The moment we will reach the step climb, we'll, if I'm correct, we'll just go VNAV, cruising altitude, and we'll just change that to 360, and then we say execute. And then it should go up, provided that we have 36,000 in the window, and we have that. We can see that we have, because we see it right here, and we have it here in the box or in the window. All right, so I'll be playing a little bit of my piano. Not sure if you can hear. If you can, enjoy. There we are. It was a little bit of piano music by yours truly, for yours truly. Alright, so let's see what's going on. Go back to the flight deck. All looks like we're still flying. That is one bit of good news. Then there is a COM message, so we probably have another weather report. Information Golf this time. That sounds a little bit better, doesn't it? Information Golf, 1953. What's the time now? So this is a couple of minutes old. And we received it at 20, 7 minutes after. So it's been 190 degrees, 12 knots. We now have runway 30 left, so probably 190, you know. The 190 degrees, the current runway will not be good. And 12 knots is quite a lot, so we'll probably have to change that. But we have a couple of more hours to go there for sure. But it's something to remember. So that will basically just copy the flight plan. And I'm liking this. Something about this route, I don't know why, but I like it. It seems like it's almost like it's more deserted than when you're simply flying over the Atlantic like this. I don't know why. Maybe because it's so much more high and it feels like you're more secluded and isolated a little bit more on your own, which sometimes can be a very nice sensation or image. Alright, so we're on our way to 6540, and so by the time they were naming these waypoints, they were fresh out of poets, so they just gave them some numerical designation. This is not simply numerical, obviously it has something to do with the degrees and our coordinates. But I don't know the fine information, but obviously north. Not really sure why they do it like that. So progress page telling us fuel will be 11.8 when we land. That's an interesting thing to keep in mind. And if we go to our VNF page, let's do this now, and we'll set our descent winds. If we go next page and forecast, we just load it up. I believe we only have descent winds. Oh yeah, we can just go back to descent. Now go to progress page, saying 11.7. Oh, okay. Let's put the nav display up here in the center pedestal. So I think so far everything looking fine. And exactly as I would expect from the PMDG 777-F, it's a very stable plane. Very nice. We do have some sort of a passenger type view, but then if you look here, you'll see that we're carrying two cars for middle-aged men who have to compensate for something. On the MUSCL weather path, that's always nice. It looks very pretty today. So it looks like there's enough fuel there as well. So we will not be totally alone. Yes, that's okay. We'll just go for the cozy. Let me show you. When you get up off your seat, this is the flight deck door. There's a little curtain. I love that little sound. Look at that. Loving it. And then with these sunshades, you know, makes it almost like a little room, you know, with a giant simulator with a real aircraft in there. So just cargo. At least there's some airports coming up there. Fuel estimate 11.7 when we land. Hasn't changed yet. But the weather is probably going to, well, it can change still, like there's like 6 more hours to fly. Let's have a look at the runways. So we are now aiming for 30 left, but we just found out the wind is 190. So probably it would be better to land at runway 22. So we can set that all up in the FMC, so we'll have 2 separate flight plans. Really, we just copy the active one, and then in the second one we'll edit it, and we'll just make runway 22 the landing runway. And if we then really need, we can just activate the secondary flight plan with the flick of the switch, and then we can land the proper runway. But for now, it's a bit early. I mean, we could already set it up, that's not it, but it's a little bit early to actually worry about it too much. But we could say, see, route copy. And then we go to route number 2, and that will be in blue. Now if we go departure arrival. Route number 2, it's saying right there. Would like it if they made it blue here as well though. But anyway, we're now ILS 30. So let's say runway 22. But only as a localizer. That's interesting, so we'd have to fly the glide slope ourselves. Other option would be runway 12. That would give us like 70 degrees of wind. Let's do that. Let's have a look which one. It's basically the opposite direction. I would prefer 22, but it's only a localizer. But maybe let's just not be chicken. So localizer 22. And for now, just keep it like this. We'll have a look at all the details later. We'll also keep on monitoring the weather. But for now, localizer 22. And this will just be in the flight plan here. It's just as simple as that. After MUSCL, we'll probably get to the fix right before lining ourselves up for runway 22. So that's Cusack, Snell, and then the runway. But we'll look at that in a little bit later. So back to the next page. This is now still saying route number 2. So let's go route number 1, which is the active one. And this is what we're actually flying. Okay. Let's do a little temperature check here on the flight deck. And air. Looks 24 degrees up on the flight deck. So flight deck temperature was on auto. Let's just make it nice and cool. So we can start freezing our noses off up here. As you can see, we don't have passengers. We have some, there could be some people here traveling with us, but it's just for us sitting down and playing guitar. So coming up next will be Greenland. But even that's still a ways out. We're now 41 minutes into the flight. Estimated fuel upon landing 11.7. Current fuel remaining 45.4. It's interesting. Once you select the air page down here, up here in the lower display, in the upper display, but in the lower part, next to the fuel, you will see the air pressure, the pressurization system. You can see what it's doing. So if you need that, you just go to the air page, air, and it will get you an idea. We're currently cruise, 83.8% of N1. Nothing out of the ordinary. Unless I just keep doing it structurally totally wrong, in which case there's still nothing out of the ordinary. Okay. So bring up the nav display down here again. But the weather still might change. We have like 6 or 5.5 hours or something to go. The weather might definitely change a whole lot more. The only thing was like 12 degrees, sorry, not 12 degrees, 12 knots of wind, which isn't not too bad. You know, we can easily land, I guess, with 12 knots of crosswind. Just the tailwind I would like to avoid, you know. It's just nonsense, obviously. Right, so I'll just run off to the galley real quick and get a refreshing iced tea. So I'll be back within 2 shakes of 1 donkey's tail. So when coming back and picking up my Xbox 360 controller, I may have nudged a control. Let's quickly go to the flight deck. AP still on, so that's already a good thing. Because that's usually what can happen. Like you, I can simulate it like you hit your rudder or something. You know. Let's do that again. If you do it too long, then there's autopilot disconnect. But AP still on. Speed on a VNF path, that's still all okay. We are aiming for 36,000 feet, but this will be a step climb, but it will only be executed at 23 something. Go to the VNF page. step to 360 at 2319. That's in 1,386 miles. The weather radar is on, but it's not showing us anything. Obviously, there's no weather really like in front of us, but there were some clouds earlier. Looks like Greenland's coming up right there. But there could always be some weather effects that travel upwards, like like different pressure and everything, and causing turbulence and whatever. So they also have a weight and balance page here in the ESD. I've used it only a couple of times, I believe. Import the weight and balance from Simbri. Let's not mess with it now. I believe our number should actually already be okay because we set it in the FMC. But there's definitely some options here that you can explore, which is interesting for a cargo plane. We can play around with that. I personally would actually like it. Has nothing really to do with simulating, but maybe more with immersion, or immersing, whatever. To have, for instance, that you can actually choose like a cargo manifest. Like bringing, 20,000 kilograms of electronics, 10,000 kilograms of fruit, fresh produce, whatever, things like that. That could be interesting. When you think about it, funk, what is it? Just imagine, for instance, you're smelling something and you're not quite sure. You're just not quite sure. You're smelling something. You're not quite sure whether you like it or you don't. enough of that, let's put that thing away before I hurt somebody. Which would not be my intention, obviously. Like being capacitist and all that miserable crap, you know. Okay, so what's going on outside? Have a Greenland, looking white as usual. For 2032. Do we have any new weather report in the meantime? No, we don't. It's quite a difference in brightness for sure. Look at that. And let's not forget to remember. So we're at 0.826 mag here. That seems okay. We do have a bit of headwind. So up next 63 nautical miles, we got 6540 north of November. And then we'll take a slight left turn. Actually right here, I'll take a slight left turn. And then onwards to EMBOK. But first we'll have 6550 and 6550 and then EMBOK FEDDY. What are you calling FEDDY? think we're back. And there is Ezra Speller in the chat, but maybe already gone. Hi Ezra, how are you? We have Diop Mahukus and Ezra Speller. Hey guys, I hope you're doing good. Thank you so much for tuning in and for saying hi. And my apologies if the stream is a little bit understimulating. These are long flights, and I will not always just sit and press buttons or just look at things that are not really changing. So, so I just figured, every now and then just go do something else, like call the girlfriend and stuff, So here we are. So anyway, Diop, Ezra, thank you for saying hi and for tuning in earlier. Alright, so we see com message here, so we probably have a weather report. Let's have a look at that. Then we can monitor what the weather is going to be like and see if there's any trend or something, So we now have information hotel. We had Foxtrot Golf and now hotel 2053. Time is now, so this is not too old. This was issued 3 minutes late, so that's quite fast for a PMDG. Surface wind now 210 degrees, 14 knots. So runway 22 would actually be optimal. Surface wind 14 knots, that's quite a lot. Visibility over 10 statute miles. Clouds, few clouds at 5,000 feet. Then we have a few at 25,000 feet. 34 degrees in Minneapolis. 2988. So this was the information hotel, so we can cancel that. So then if we go to review, I think these are 1 hourly updates, right? What was it? Flight information, no, review, flight info uplinks. So the issue time 1853, 1953, 2053. So these are 1 hourly updates. So we can exit from here, or leave it actually, just go to the nav page. Alright, so planning wise, progress, no, VNAV, step 2, flight level 360. Recommended currently flight level 300, optimum 338, we're at 340. The max would now be 356. Let's not do that quite yet. We'll see if we can wait for 2 hours and 9 minutes, 1,000 nautical miles to go. Looks like there's some weather actually in the vicinity. Let's zoom in a little bit more, look at that. But this is not affecting us at all. But there is some weather to the right of us. And where are we on the legs page? On our way to 6550 and 43 miles, and then EMBOK. So let's also check the map. So we're now well over Greenland here. So do we have any more airports? Looks like that might be one there. There's Nuuk. There was something about this airport. Wasn't this like a military thing? I'm not really sure. Open airport. Oh, that's Minneapolis. I thought, no. That is Nuuk, Greenland. So I'm curious, if we go airports, the airports up here, and our Reykjavik, so our departure airport, curious to see maybe under the taxi charts if it would make sense what happened earlier during the taxi. We likely bumped into some bushes on the side of the taxiway, and therefore the simulator detected a collision, therefore a crash, and it ended the simulation before it even actually started. Code F taxi chart, but this is like getting a lot deeper into the details, and I'm not very familiar, but let's have a look nonetheless. For code F aircraft only, so I'm not really sure what the code F aircraft is. I don't think these charts will tell you what it is. I think you're just supposed to know. Occasional vehicle operation. Observe 143 feet from taxiway center line. Strict adherence to taxiway center line on taxiway Kilo 3 to assure obstacle clearance. Well, this might be getting there. So we were actually at the maintenance apron, so it looks like, and we were getting on to November, and our goal was to taxi from November to here, to 28. But I think, well, like around this point is where we probably touched something with the wingtips, but we couldn't see because all of a sudden you get black screen, right? So that's why it's interesting now to have a look what the chart is saying. Code F holding position, available for code F aircraft. I'm just not sure what is a code F aircraft. I don't think they will specify on the chart. I think you're just supposed to know, as I said. But taxiing east on November 4, aircraft and vehicles may miss runway holding position. Okay, that's not range operations. Code F parking area. Aircraft larger than code D. I think the reason that this chart is full of taxi restrictions is because it's a really weird airport. We just saw it. It's like very compact, you know, so everything's sort of like very close to each other. Aircraft larger than D code are not allowed to taxi or taxiway Sierra 1 to and from East Apron and south of aircraft stand 111 on East Apron. But I'm guessing it probably has something to do with that, which is actually pretty cool with these large aircraft that are flying now. It's definitely a real world thing as well, you know. So these are very wide body aircraft, so you'll still have to check. You cannot just taxi on every taxi route, you know. I think I'm liking Greenland. So code F. Let's have a look what code F aircraft is supposed to mean. So code F aircraft refer to the largest category of aircraft in the ICO aerodrome reference code, which is used to classify aircraft based on wingspan and outer main gear wheel span. The code helps determine the required runway, taxiway and apron dimensions to safely accommodate specific aircraft sizes. Well, that makes sense. Wingspan 65 to a little below 80 meters, looks like, or bigger than 80 meters. What does that mean? Outer main gear span 14 to 16. So the 777 wingspan of 64.8 meters places just below code F, meaning it's a code E aircraft and not code F aircraft. That's interesting. So this is actually regarding code F aircraft, so we're not that big for the airport. But nonetheless, something definitely happened there. Not sure what. As I said, usually sometimes there might be these seams in the taxiway or in the runway. You can see this at some airports in the simulator, at least, obviously. And they just don't render correctly. They're just unevenly, created. I think really. I think it's like that all the time at certain airports in the simulator. They can just ruin your gear, and then. But it didn't look like that was the reason. So I'm still not sure what. But probably just wingspan. So that's definitely for the next time something to maybe take a little bit more time and to just check and see what are the options, where should we park, and can we even operate at that airport, So we just ended up finally just respawning the aircraft right onto the runway, cold and dark, and then just quickly set everything up and just take off. And that's what we did, and that was now 1 hour 39 minutes ago, and here we are. So the first bit of Greenland now that I see that's starting to look a little bit green. It looks like it's a very barren nature, man. This must be amazing to be there. Looks like there's a little bridge. Let's see if we can get our external camera here. We can zoom a little bit, although that will not make the graphics any prettier, but there's definitely something in the picture here for sure. There's a green laser beam. Alright, it's going nowhere, so let's put that thing away. I don't know, funk our way to Minneapolis. Stranger things have happened. So it looks like it was probably over at around Nuuk Airport. Although, good luck finding it visually like this. Let's see the chart of the map. Well, north of Nuuk. But that's us flying over, well, basically away from Greenland now, and then on our way to Canada. So it's quite high, these clouds. We're at 34,000 feet. At headwind 43 knots, 1 hour 45 minutes, 21:24. On about 2 hours should be our step climb to go to VNFH at 23:17. So it's a little under 2 hours, and then we'll climb to flight over 360. I believe that's the top of our climb. 360 is coming up, and then we'll start descending. We do not really have to worry yet about the runway. We do have 1 hourly update for our weather. So in about 30 minutes we will get a new weather update. We get them once every hour, and we could see the wind change a little bit. The runway that was in our flight plan was runway 30 left. And it's very likely that we will not be using that. Let's check ROV. So the fuel section, and then there's our flight plan. So 30 left. But then with the current winds at 2, what's the wrong button? My apologies. So sometimes you do not get the little finger, you just get some weird arrow as if there's some. So annoying. Okay, come on man, there you go. Minneapolis, St. Paul. Speed 210, 14 knots, gusting 25. So yeah, that's quite a lot. So we could land runway 22, that's only localizer. We still have to fly the glide slope ourselves. So that was Greenland. So right now we're set for basically runway 30 left. I don't think we'll do that. Greenland behind us. So the latest fuel prediction was 11.7. It's now 11.0. So that has definitely changed a little. But we will at some point start climbing, obviously. And maximum flight level now 358. But then we should burn less fuel. Let's see, what's the fuel button? Fuel. No, I think we need the engine. Then we got the fuel flow here for each engine, 3.7, so 3,700 kilograms of fuel per engine, so times 2 is 7.2. 7.4. I'm very bad at calculating while I'm talking. So 6, yeah, that should be 7.4, I think, right? 6 plus 14 plus 1 plus 1 decimal 4, so 7 decimal 4. So 7,400 kilograms per hour. That's quite a lot. So this probably will change once we climb to 360. That's the whole point, I think. So expected time of arrival is 1:27 Zulu. So it's in 4 hours. So like this, we have the moon to the left, sun to the right, all in one view. I'm liking it. Alright, let's get back to the flight deck. See if everything is still working. Just checking in a little bit. Obviously, the long flight won't be sitting here at the controls for hours doing just staring at the buttons. Obviously, in real life, there is a little bit more involved. But then again, there is also probably big chunks where we're basically just sitting there. So Canada coming up in a little bit. We have with a new message, weather report, a couple of minutes ago I think, 21:53. Let's check that out. To Minneapolis, St. Paul, information, India at 21:53 Zulu. Southwest wind 210 degrees at 16 knots. 60 knots gusting 26, 10 statute miles visibility, few clouds 5,000, gas up to 25,000 feet. 33 degrees, UNH 2985. So, surface wind 210. Runway 17, that's 8,000 feet. We should definitely be able to land on that. It's not the longest runway, but still I think it's pretty doable. Runway 17, so does that have an ILS? That is 19er. Obviously we could do that. Actually 19er sounds... This is 12. Am I missing something? Must be looking at the wrong chart, yeah, like this is the wrong airport. Right, so back here, Minneapolis, St. Paul. Actually, this should give us the correct one, right? No, we were looking at the correct one, just here it's wrong. So runway 17 at Minneapolis, St. Paul. And this is the only localizer. Then runway 22. There is a localizer and there's an RNAV. Maybe RNAV, I'm not really sure how this works. I'm not too experienced with those. You might notice I usually just like to fly ILS approaches. And that's already challenging as it is. Let's have a look, what does the localizer chart say? No, let's go runway 22, so this one. It would mean we would come in via Wagner, Cusack, Snell, radar fix. So this will definitely, this has a localizer, it will just not take us down automatically, I guess. After Snell, 3-degree glide slope. RNAV, what does that do? So runway 30 left could actually, we will have a crosswind from 210 knots, oh sorry, 210 degrees. Pretty much I think, that's 90 degrees. There's Canada coming up next. So 23:16 will be our step climb. That's 1 hour and 12 minutes. Time 22:04. And if fuel predicted at landing is now 10.6. So it started at 11.7, then 11.0 I believe, and now it's 10.6. So it's definitely going down. Our maximum altitude is now flight level 361. And we are planning to go to flight level 360. So we could, if we really wanted to do it now, but you know, that would cost us as well. So we won't. Just checking your recall, there's nothing there. Let's get the nav here. What's our fuel flow? We had 7.4 in total. We still sort of have 7.2. That's still 7,200 kilograms of fuel per hour in total. So hopefully this number will go down once we lose some more weight and fuel, and then we gain some more altitude at some point. We're now still at 34,000 feet. On the way to FEDDY in 120 nautical miles. After that, in 492, we should be at KEMSA at flight level 360. And then, as we could see, we will start our step climb at 23:16, which is in about 1 hour. So, looks like Canada coming up right there. Zooming in, you do not get the most pretty rendering, right? It's a bit of a shame, but I guess it's understandable. We're so spoiled, man. Sometimes it's perfectly fine to appreciate the small things, you know? The little things. But it's a funky sim pilot, maybe not a philosophical sim pilot. We just changed the camera speed a little bit since we restarted the flight. That got reset as well. This gives me a little bit more control. Some static ports here. Little wing lights, like the wing inspection light. So I think if we can turn this on right here. Oh, it's funny. Look at this. Hey, that looks funny. Never seen that before. Maybe just a one-time glitch. But what is the wing inspection light? There you go. Let's turn it off. So there's this one little window here. So we can just about see Arkady, I believe it's called. The big crater there on the moon, on the southern hemisphere. It's so funny that's the same pilot. This is actually Mike when we fly with the British Aerospace 146 or the RJ75 or 7085 and 100. We always have the co-pilot, the first officer. It's always this guy, Mike. So about 1 hour to the step climb. We could sort of already go there, but let's not. So we're down now to 7,000 kilograms of fuel flow per hour. And prediction upon landing is now 10.5. So it looks like this number is going down and down. But we'll see. We'll climb to flight level 360 in about 1 hour, and we'll see what that does with the fuel flow, and then therefore with the prediction. But one would assume that it takes this into account as well. And Microsoft Flight Simulator, when you come from the old simulators, you know, FSX 2004 and 2002, I believe, and there's even some older, 98, I believe. There's been a whole bunch. I'll go back to like 1981 or 1982, like really crappy, even worse looking than these displays. But then when you think how far they came, you know, it's pretty cool. Yeah, so I guess we can decide what we'll do with regards to the runway. We could settle for runway 30 left, but that would mean that we'll be landing within 90-degree crosswind. And we saw that so this is 30 left, and the wind would be coming from 210, which is at pretty much, this is at 225, so 210 is a little bit from this angle, so it's pretty much crosswind. Currently the winds are fairly high with 16 knots and then gusting up to 26 knots. So just in case I decide to do a ILS landing, whatever the cost, well, then that would be the scenario. 2218. Well, that's officially 1 hour to the step climb. A little less now, 2316. Fuel prediction still 10.5 thousand kilograms of fuel carrying upon landing. Fuel flow 7,000 kilograms per hour. Current fuel 30.7 thousand kilograms. So we got very slow weather updates, just once every hour. And if we expect to land at, basically at every 53 minutes, there will be a weather update. Expect to land 1:30. So we'll get the 0:53 weather report as the latest weather report to go by. So coming up on FEDDY. At least now they got some more poetic names rather than the boring names that you see here: 5118 north, 08824 west. So FEDDY in 9 miles. That's pretty much right here. the plane still working, Coatl, scripting engine? Do you want to open log? No. So do you want to restart Coatl? That's the GSX module. Replying no, quit Coatl. I don't think we actually need it anymore, so you want to restart? No, so let's just quit it, that's okay. So, sorry about that. Maybe go back here to play guitar. Okay, sorry about that. No. The flagellants. And I am, and I will. And I have. Still flying. Oops. Bit of a stutter there. That looks like an airport. Or it doesn't. There you go. truck. So new weather report in about 25 minutes. We have some precipitation there to the right of us, but it's quite far out. It's a little bit up ahead. But we'll see that when we get there, see if that still remains. Fuel flow 7,000 kilograms still. Looks like I may be having mosquitoes over for dinner. And looks like I am on the menu. So we still have the moon with us. We've turned a little bit. And it still is. Flying with us the entire flight. It's pretty cute. Speed 0.824 Mach. And this is all according to plan, so that's pretty nice. KEMSA, we should be flat over 360, but it's only in 389 nautical miles, so we don't have to climb quite yet. We'll climb, however, at 23:15. That's in about 30 minutes. Then we'll get into the FMC. We're just changing cruising altitude over here. It's now 340. Change that to 360, and then press execute. And we'll start climbing. We already have 360 here in the window. But here it's in the window, here's the PMDG. So that should work out for us. And hopefully we'll get a bit of a better fuel flow, and maybe our fuel prediction will be a bit more optimistic. It's now 10.3, it started at 11.7. So definitely a big difference. So maybe we could sort of keep that under control. But we'll see how that's going to progress mostly. Weather-wise, it's not looking all that red, you know. That's just some mild disturbances, I guess. And obviously, we will not be flying through any kind of precipitation, but there might still be the turbulence and everything. But it's definitely coming closer now. So we now have a sort of a headwind, 311, 312 degrees, that's 50 knots. Curious in about 80 miles if we can see any change here, or maybe we might see our altitude starting to glitch, you know, because all of a sudden there's like a pocket of air or something and we fall down a little, or, you know, we'll see how that's going to go down. That's always interesting. Sometimes, you know, I'm just be sitting here looking at some menu, and then all of a sudden, and then I look here and I see all of a sudden something's like totally off here, you know. And then, yeah, usually, I guess it's just like turbulence or something. Can we zoom in a little bit more? Oh, let's keep it at 80 for now. Actually 160, but it says 80 here. Fuel flow will go up a little bit. And then in about 15 minutes we will get the latest, not the latest, but we'll get a new weather update. The latest was wind 210 degrees, Well, still haven't made up my mind about which runway we're going to be landing at. We do have a secondary flight plan pretty much set up. Well, at least, actually, I should say in the basics. So route number 2, if we go to the legs page, we'll have a runway 22, which is a localizer approach. I'm not really sure if I feel confident enough to hand fly the 3-degree slope, but I guess at one point I will have to start doing that if I, if I want to keep on flying the 777. There's something happening here, but nothing too crazy. This is a normal kind of fluctuations you sometimes see. At least to me, it's normal in the simulator. Right, so weather coming a little bit closer here for us to see. And again, we'll not be flying actually through it, I guess. Although that's something pretty much at eye level, isn't it? At least it looks like it from this angle. As long as it's not like red, like we were over the Pacific, I believe. I think it was to Hawaii, and there was like red blobs everywhere, and we had to sort of thread needle through that a little bit. So I'm curious to see if we're going to notice anything. Maybe nothing at all. Let's maybe have the radar look like straight ahead. It's now tilted down a little bit, so let's just have it look straight ahead. Not really sure how that updates though, so we'll see. Just to see if there's any precipitation right in front of us. Just get this thing out of the way for a little bit. Doesn't really make it better actually, does it? Just puts it back. There. And as I said before, these green things are not clouds themselves per se. It is what's happening in those clouds. So this is now looking straight ahead. Or so I would think to I'm not really sure. Actually never really wondered what those mean. What if we put it up a little bit? Maybe this says something totally unrelated to the tilt setting of the radar. Let's see, we have weather plus turbulence. So the -2A should be the tilt angle of the radar antenna, set to -2 degrees, so the nose is slightly downwards. And A is the automatic mode, enabled for tilt control. What does it tell us about our nose then? So we are something like 2.5 degrees nose up. So looking ahead, we still get. Just looking down. Okay. Let's think -2A. Just go a little bit more extreme, see what that does. It doesn't appear to change, but maybe it changes a little bit slower, like after it refreshes, but it doesn't look like it, does it? So I must be doing it wrong. Maybe that bit was not simulated. Although I do not doubt PMDG. I would doubt the tools that the developers have to their at their disposal if they want to develop software for use within Microsoft Flight Simulator. There are some features that they can simply not program for because they're sort of closed off. So the teams know how to do it, but it's simply Flight Simulator, I believe, does not sort of like allow them to write changes into that section. I don't know if this relates to that. In any case, I'm probably doing something wrong. You know, I'm learning a lot. But I don't know. -2A. It looked when I looked it up that it should be the tilt angle of the camera or of the weather radar. I think it looks like it's being blown towards the left a little bit. I guess that could maybe be true, but maybe it's just because I know it and I'm sort of biased. But I was looking from this angle, I believe it looked like, I don't know, like for some reason like we're moving a little bit to the left as if we're drifting. So the speed is increased here, 61 knots. We do have some yellow cells going on now that we're a bit closer. We have a little better resolution. Okay, so apparently the weather radar tilt control is non-functional according to ChatGPT. There is no native weather radar API, so Microsoft Flight Simulator does not provide third-party developers access to real volumetric weather radar data like cloud cell intensity and vertical structure. So PMDG cannot implement a fully working tiltable radar like in real aircraft. So simulate display only. What you see in the navigational display is a visual simulation, often linked to preset weather layers or basic meter data, not real radar returns. That is interesting. Okay, tilt settings and radar behavior are usually cosmetic or fixed. Tilt control switches may move, but they don't affect the actual display since there is no radar beam simulation sweeping through volumetric clouds. So it does work. You can toggle the weather radars on the EFIS control panel. You might see the basic precipitation echoes if your weather engine supports it. Like default live weather or something like active sky once available. Manual tilt changes won't affect. So yeah, it's same limitations. It's pretty much cosmetic and not through radar scan. That's a shame, man. Uh-oh. Looks like we're moving again. Okay. So the time is 22:52 and 30 seconds. So you can expect a new weather report to be issued at 53 and then pushed to us. Well, we get it a little bit later always. Fuel flow 3.5, 3.6. So set up our comm page so we can check the weather the moment it comes in. Winds now 65. And we are now 3 hours 14 minutes into the flight. We're carrying 26.6 thousand kilograms of fuel. Our estimate of fuel on board will be 10.2, or is 10.2. time 56. We still have the correct time in the sim. Sort of. Don't have a call message yet, so we can expect that fairly shortly. We'll look at the review. They get pushed. Let's see. 7 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Then I think after the tap climb, I think I'll probably get a little bit of beauty sleep and just keep the plane going in the meantime. Standing by for the latest weather. So step climb is coming into view here on the nav display as well. $7,000, 10.2. There's our weather. Juliet, 210, 14 knots. Okay. So still at 210 degrees. It's still quite windy, 14. If we look at the ESD, it should be updated here as well. 210, 16, 26. It looks like. There it goes, update. 210, 14, gusting to 27. So that's still quite some gust. So now the step climb will execute that about 20 minutes from now. And where are we flying? There's Greenland, Canada. There's Minneapolis. So the wind really hasn't changed that much. Up here it's a little bit, went down a little bit from 64 I believe to 58. But still quite some winds from our right. Three hours, 21 minutes into the flight. And our step climb now scheduled for 23:15. Where do we click to get the back? Right there, okay. Oops. That looks like it hurt. Step climb coming closer. Estimated fuel on landing 10.1. So I removed the no smoking button or switch, so we can just smoke up here if you want. Step line 74 North Canal. Then we'll go flight 360. And then we'll execute. From now, let's erase. And so we can keep watching every time. It's probably the most, you know, the most efficient time to do it. So if you want to be really nitpicky, then I suggest we do it. So we're now looking at fuel flow of 7,000 kilograms per hour. Now the estimated fuel on landing has not really changed lately now. It's 10.1. But it came from 11.7 and then it dropped and it dropped. So 66 nautical miles. Then we have the moon dual weather. Right, 54 nautical miles. ETA 133 Zulu. So if I would like to go and have a little bit of rest before I come back for the top of descent. Let's see, so what was the time? 1:33, so around 1 or maybe 1 or quarter to 1 I would want to be back. Probably a little sooner. So this will be a very short nap, if any at all. 23:10, 3:31. Right, step climb's coming up, 35 miles. We'll just wait until we're there, so we'll be as efficient as we can, I guess, if we are to trust this prediction. Not really sure what the criteria then are exactly. Run out 24.6 thousand kilograms of fuel. Not really sure what it bases this on exactly. Maybe it's just simply a matter of timing. Actually, no. 133 nautical miles, we should be at flight level 360, but we'll be there well before that. So I don't think it has anything to do with the rate of climbing or anything. 29 miles. Wind's gone down a little bit. The wind, that's still 44 knots. I think it's still being pushed to the left a little bit. Like we're drifting ever so slightly. Thought it might be all in my head. But then again, so might you. Alright, 24 knots come out. One. 16 miles. Let's come and get nice and close there. Okay. So, flight level 360. And 13 miles. So I guess as soon as the distance drops below 10 nautical miles, we should be able to see the S/C for step climb. As we're now at 10 miles radius. Now I just want to see it, you know. And it's no longer there. Alright, so let's climb. Or is that... no, okay, so anyway, let's climb. So we have 360 there, VNAV speed, LNAV, thrust left. We should now go to 83.1, I believe. Nope. 10A, climbing 1200, 1300 feet per minute and increasing a little bit. So right now fuel flow obviously is a lot higher. It's 10,000, it's 10,000 kilograms of fuel per hour. But we're now 1,000 feet below 36,000. And then curious to see what will the prediction be. Fuel prediction now 10,000 kilograms. 36,000 feet now. So once the aircraft totally settles, and let's see what the fuel flow, if that will go down a little bit maybe. I don't know if those, how much difference those 2,000 feet make at these altitudes. Could be 3.2 per engine. Now the fuel flow is back to 7,000 kilograms, so I don't know, maybe this is all in my head. Prediction 10,000 kilograms, that's my time of travel 1:33. That's in about 2 hours. So I'm thinking in about 1 hour 15 or 1 hour 30 minutes, that's the top of descent. Let's say about 90 minutes. We'll get a new weather report in about 40. And after that, I think we'll get one more weather report. And since the latest, the last weather report that we'll get, that should be at 053, 1, something like that. And then taken into consideration, we'll be landing at 133. So that's before 153. That means at 053 will be the latest weather report, right? And so by monitoring the weather changes in increments of 1 hour that we had here on the COM display, we can get sort of some idea, because we will get the weather report basically like 35 to 40 minutes before landing. So we can sort of see by the collection that we've obtained, really. And we can sort of see what the trend is in increments of 1 hour, and then we can sort of predict. Well, it looks pretty stable over those times, you know. 210 degrees, 210, 190, 210, 210, 210. And it's pretty windy as well. And it's hot, like 33 degrees or something. Yeah, so. So I guess for the fuel flow, those 2,000 feet climb don't appear to have any impact yet, unless this is all pretty much sort of expected as well, and therefore basically it's allowing to stay the same. I don't know, it looks like actually we're burning a little bit more than before. I don't think we have Venus. I don't think we have top of descent listed here yet. So if we set up for landing runway 30 left, then we'll very likely be landing with a severe crosswind from 90 degrees angle. Still, I would feel more comfortable doing that than landing, having a localizer only approach. The visibility was okay. 10 statute miles. There's a few clouds at 5,500. So let's continue for now that we will land at runway 30 left. So let's go to the legs page. Alright, so after MUSCL, get our nav display up here. There we go, plan. Let's zoom in a little bit more. So step, top of descent, that is a little bit before HYR. And then there's MUSCL. Let's just try something here on the progress page. HYR. So it's at 108. What's a little bit before that, so around 1. That will be at our top of descent. Since I don't think that's listed yet, there's a suggestion for a step climb. We're not doing that. There's no top of descent yet. Okay. Anyway, so MUSCL, and after MUSCL, we'll like jump to Abyss. So let's have a look at the chart. 30 left. Approach. Left. So we'll choose this one. So we have, yeah, we don't have an arrival really. We'll just, unless we set it up. So basically we'll fly, let's see, so where are we coming from? There's a lot of waypoints, that's interesting. We'll fly to Abyss. So how do we get to Abyss? Let's zoom out a little bit. So there we have it, that's the situation. So there's MUSCL, and then we need to get ourselves to Abyss. So maybe let's start by setting the extended runway center line, creating a fix around our runway. And then we'll turn to the chart again. And then the glide slope should start to take us down from, or at least intercept 3,000 feet. So let's say that is 6.9, so let's say 7 nautical miles from IMSP, which is our runway identifier. 110.3, 301 degrees. And just to confirm, this is Minneapolis, KMSP, ILS localizer runway 30 left. Okay. So 7 nautical miles at Narco. And the reciprocal is 121. So go to the fixed page. .121 will be the bearing, and the distance will be 7, I believe. 7 nautical miles. And then we have the extended runway center line. So this is already helping us like sort of guess what we're supposed to be doing. Let's also put, and this little wing there is where the glide slope should sort of start to take us down. Then 121. And we'll also set one at 15 nautical miles. Right, so if we zoom in now, so let's keep muscle in mind. Keep muscle in memory. So we don't see muscle right now on the screen, but we may have some sort of idea. So Abbas is at this outer, looks actually at this outer edge, doesn't it? Oh, that's Abbas, of course, yes, Narco. Okay, so Abbas is at the outer edge, so that should be around 50 nautical miles. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Was 10, 17. So maybe we could create a waypoint out of Abbas, just to sort of help us out here. Or we check the chart. So we can go to Abbas, and maybe there's something like actually already existing. For instance, we could add initial approach fix GQ. And then, man, it's hard to see sometimes which is which. What the brain gets sensory overload, or maybe cognitive overload. Abbas, Big Z. Let's try GQ and Big Z. So, legs page. GQ. I will put that after muscle. Execute. Let's go there, step. Muscle, let's take us to GQ. And then Big Z. Or I think I would actually like, but it doesn't look like that's what the procedures would be. I would prefer to go from GQ to Pinky to here. Just have a little bit more space. Maybe just try and be a sport. So we go to Big Z. So GQ to Big Z. Big Z. And put that after GQ. So that would be right there, I think. And then put Abbas there and execute. Now let's zoom in to get a better idea of what we just did. GQ. So muscle to GQ and then to... This looks really cluttered, doesn't it? Big Z. But okay, let's see what these speeds are here. I believe I saw at the GQ there's mandatory 7,000, max 210 knots. So does the FMS know that? Doesn't look like it. Max 7,000. Mandatory 7,000 feet. Max 210 knots. So let's see if we can change that. So 210 knots. At 7,000. So, and not a little bit below, but 7,000. At GQ. So we execute. and from GQ 8 nautical miles to Big C. Cool. So we set up basically now for runway 30 left. That will be it. After touchdown, where do we go? And I guess here we could also check the charts, the taxi charts, to see if there's any specifics, restrictions for wide body aircraft. So in other words, maybe some taxi routes are not available to our airplane. Not that we're the biggest, but it's not a small plane, you know. So there was some infield cargo apron, not really sure. Probably they want to go to the left. So, anything here? There's Air Force area north. It shows you ANG area D. And there's some terminals, so we're probably not going there with our cargo plane. Doesn't really specify what this is, Terminal 2 up here, it does. Yeah, so I guess we'll just go here. Not sure what that will look like. So we'll vacate runway to the left after touchdown. A couple of other things. We go back to our arrival, or actually our final approach chart. We do not have to set the localizer, but we will check it. But it is 110.3, final approach course 301. We do have to put that speed, that altitude, 3,000 feet. We'll have to put that in the window, but we're not doing that quite yet. And then the minimums. Oh yeah, so the airport elevation, 842. The minimums. I think we can go for category 2. Let's go for 100 feet. Right, 100 feet set. We're now 3 hours 56 minutes into the flight, 20 minutes, and we'll get our weather report. So we're setting up a couple of things now already before, for our landing. Let's check our engine page. The fuel flow is not really impacted, and we expect to land with 9.8, which is still more than enough as far as I know. Basically, we're using per hour 7,000. So I think we should have at least then 3,500 remaining before we have to declare an emergency for like 1/2 hour of flying. Although maybe it might be more, considering maybe at lower altitudes or doing some maneuverable flying. In case of a deviation. I always check to see if there's a top of descent yet, but Unfortunately, I always feel really nice when I get it up for descent there. In the MD-11 you see it quite quickly, a lot sooner than in the 777, at least to my experience. Fuel on board 21.4. We still have fuel flow pretty much the same as we had. Wind picked up a little bit, still coming from the side at 56 knots. I wonder if the sun will have set once we land. I'm guessing maybe. So local sunset around 21:02 in Minneapolis. At 2:02 Zulu, the sun will set. So we should land before the sun is set, so probably golden hour or a little after that. I don't know how fast it sets at those coordinates. So we've set up a couple of things. We're now 4 hours into the flight. Set up a couple of things. We have a radio altitude. We could check in the NavNet page to see if there is that's parked for now. I think that's what it means, parked. 110.3 at 301. So we just make it into a habit of just double checking that 110.3 at 301. Let's ask ChatGPT. Yeah, it's a parked frequency. It means the radio is tuned automatically by FMC, but it's not actively being used. So not currently in use for navigation or landing guidance. So it does get picked up from the, basically, I don't know, from the database it's carrying. So it's pretty cool, but it's considering itself parked, meaning, well, we're just going to park that there for a second, but we're not using it. But it's a good thing to check. Even though you don't have to set it, but you know you don't want to be anything wrong. And then on your final approach, and then all of a sudden you see that your flight directors are all over the place. So I think it's good practice to do it. So we have that, regarding our landing data that will appear here, I believe, in this aircraft. Radio altitude, and we don't. Well, we do have the local weather, but we don't have to set it quite yet, I guess. Or at least not pre-dial it. have our range rings and our extended runway center line. And here we can see, when we zoom in, we can see we're coming here from the north. Top of descent was right there. And we're getting closer. So this is not really how I usually like to do it. I must say I love to have a little bit more room, but let's just see what happens. Hopefully this is not going to cause us to come in way too fast, because maybe I don't know how to operate the aircraft that well. But we'll see. But I thought it was interesting to do that. Let me think out loud here. The direction that we're coming from. That will be against the wind, okay. Or at least against the ground wind. I'm not really sure at the altitude 7,000 feet what will be the situation though. And I don't think that is on the... I don't think 7,000 is on our wind wind forecast. Let's have a look. 10,000 feet is there. I think 220 degrees at 25 knots. So that's still basically flying against the wind. So that's okay. So that's at least will not be blown by the wind in our tail. But at least we have some forces working against us when we want to decelerate a little bit. So that's hopefully going to work out in our favor, if it's needed even. So is there a time for top of descent? I don't think so. Econ descent, no. But yeah, the top of descent will be around 1. I would just take a short little break. Maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour, I don't know. I will be back, well, at probably 1 hour max. For the top of descent, that will be in 1 hour and 15 minutes or so. So in 1 hour I should be back in any case. Otherwise this aircraft is just going to keep on flying until it runs out of fuel. And we do not want to see that, do we? So now I'm wondering what would be nice to have, like an external view or an internal. And I'm gonna go for the internal view. I always like that. There's the moon with us. Look at it. going on. Top of the sand, flat air, 180 miles, like that. $208 miles. So, weather, let's have a look. Time is now 0:46. No weather report, okay. Fuel 13.2. Expected to land with 9,000 kilograms. Looks like they got the correct weather now. Information kilo, 210 degrees, 9 knots. 10 statute miles, fuel clouds 5,500. 2984. Two 984. So 9 knots, it's not too much. We'll be having a crosswind. So descent is in about 25 minutes. So there's the extended runway center line, that dotted line there, so we can sort of see what will happen. Even though it's not resolving yet, at least we have the center line there. Other than that, I think we have our data. Can have a look at the nav page. Let's see, because it's still parked. Well, at least it's the correct one. $170 miles. We are now 5 hours 13 minutes into the flight. Recall them. Pretty cool. You can get instead of the nav display, you get the BIKF here on the EMBOK display. $149 miles. Cool. It's always a nice aircraft to fly. Let's see where we are. Canada still. We still have the moon with us there on top of the screen. So the top of the fence in about 20 minutes or something. And we're supposed to then descend to 3,000 feet to intercept the glide slope at Narko. So these 3,000 feet, this 3,000 feet altitude, we'll now put that here in the window. And this will not do anything until we overfly D/D right there. And then when we do, it will just go to 3,000 and it will follow all these steps in between. Back to 9 miles. About 11 minutes. So we just got the latest weather report, and that will be the final weather report for this flight. Because we expect to touch down at 138 with 8.9 thousand kilograms of fuel. At 138, So the latest weather was issued at 0:53. So this will be our weather. 0:53. Information Lima. 200 degrees at 30 knots. So top descent, 88 miles. For recall, we should check. Actually, we have a call message. Let's clear that. So recall checked. Nothing there. Auto brake. I think auto brake. One would be okay. Let's go auto brake 2. Landing at 0 and minimum. So let's have a look at the VLAP speed. Currently suggesting 143 knots if we choose flat 30 degrees. So 143 knots. And we need to add 5 ourselves, I think, so 148. Let's put it in the legs page, 148. Add the runway. And we execute. We do the same for Narco, 148. I believe we can. Go 148 at Narco as well. Up 34 nautical miles. For landing data, we have the local QNH. If we have the correct one now. Information Lima 2986, and this was 84. So 2986. We have our VLAP speed, we have our minimums, 100 feet radio altitude, and on the red nav page, the ILS frequency is still parked, but it's there. We can see the Hotel Yankee Romeo VOR coming up as well, actually. That is up next, right there. HYR. Okay, so landing data is then has been completed. Approach briefing is pretty much completed that as well. Great. But we didn't really create a couple of waypoints. We just added 2 waypoints from the final approach chart. So after MUSCL, we entered the GQ and BIKF. So this will take us with an angle. So approach briefing completed. So our descent checklist basically is now done. We are playing now has been flying for 5 hours and 27 minutes. So 6 minutes till the descent. So we don't really need to do anything. Double descent. Just a sort of a waypoint there once we fly over. We'll start to go down to 3,000 feet, and in the meantime all the stops will be made, all the hold altitude constraints will be met. We also had to change, we added GQ and PMDG, and GQ we could see speed 210 max and 7,000 feet was mandatory. We got this on the chart. EQ 7,000 feet, mandatory 7,000 feet, max speed 210 knots. So that's fair to change, otherwise it was just some random number, so that didn't take it from the, because there's no, it's not part of our arrival or anything, we don't have an arrival. So we sort of just add those two there. Double descent 30 miles. So descent checklist already been completed. And then finally is the approach checklist. Altimeters, we change those at 18,000 feet. So we're coming in quite tight there, right before the 50 nautical mile ring. But the inner ring is the glide slope, so we should be okay. We have, give us a speed at muscle. Should be 260 knots. We'll see how it's going to play out. 24 miles. So we just had at Minnesota, state of Minnesota, United States. Miles. So we'll still have the sun with us when we land. That's cool. We get to see a little something, you know. She's getting low in the sky there for sure. Look at that. My mouse. You have a crosswind still, 41 knots. See now that we have the landing data here as well, 110.3301. So I'm guessing it's no longer saying park if we go to the navigate page, but it's saying A. I don't know, maybe actual or something, or active. But this is now active. 3 miles. So our descent checklist has been completed, so we're ready to go. There it goes. All on its own, unlike VNAV. Now saying a little bit low. So let's see how these trends going to progress. Alright, so it's holding there. Okay, that's cool. There you go. Nose down. So let me start recording with the sky dolly. Even though I only used the last 5 or 3 minutes. Alright, so we've started our descent at the correct time. We're now descending and on our way to MUSCL. MUSCL will be around 60 nautical miles and our speed should be 260 knots. And with a little fast, 263. Does say we're a little bit high here. Deviation, vertical deviation around 60 feet. So I'm calling speed brake. And the 777 is very nice, very friendly, will remind you that the speed brake's out. You will get the message here with an auto warning as well. Retract the speed brakes again. Speed brake retract. This should help us stay on the vertical descent profile. So the time 1:14. Expected to land 1:38. Let's just strap in whoever is in the back. Let's see the sign on. Nice and peacefully descending for the Minnesota plains. Have the moon there up there with us. And it's not quite golden hour yet, but it's definitely getting a lot closer now. Old fashioned simmer, hey man. Let's go mate, cheers, have a great flight. I'm doing an east-west flight in the US right now. I'll be back later to check on you. Hey, that's so cool, old-fashioned gamer. Thank you so much for saying hi. Good luck with your flight, man, from east to west. Yes, and do come back. That's you're always welcome. old-fashioned seaman. Let's land this sucker for sure. 29,000 feet. We're still on the profile, slightly low. That's good. I'm liking the sunlight here on the right of our aircraft. Okay, so what's going on? We're still nicely on profile. Speed is a little bit faster now, but we still have 30 miles to go until we have to be at 260 knots. And then after MUSCL we go to Gidzenko. That's one of the waypoints we took from the final approach chart and just added to our sequence. We should be then maximum speed 210 knots at 7,000 feet at KQ. Here's our right turn. Well, wasn't really paying attention, our speed is a little bit too high, 270, so let's use speed brake immediately. We now want to go for 210 knots and 44 miles. A little bit high here, ever so slightly, 30 feet or so. I believe we already turned on the seatbelt sign for whatever is in the back with us. Let's start the APU. That's beginning to look like golden hour. Let's check what's going on. We got speed brake warning. Let's retract speed brake. Speed brake retracted. Let's go from standard pressure now to local pressure. So we got 2986. We're still on profile. So the approach checklist altimeters, I can complete this one as well. Then there's the landing checklist. So speed brake arms and landing gear down and flaps 30. Speaking of flaps 30, let's have a look. Speed still 143 knots, so nothing changed there. We're definitely going a bit fast, so let's retract speed brake some more. Did I say retract the speed brake some more? Whoops. Let's extend it. And yeah, retract it now. So we do want to be at speed 210 max. And 31 miles. So a little high now. Let's extend the speed brakes. $13,800. And I definitely want to get our speed under control here. Just so we don't end up with a high energy approach. And especially, as I said, we're coming in at what for me is an uncomfortable angle, appears to be an uncomfortable angle. Meaning, I don't know, I prefer to do all the deceleration in a straight line. And alright, so let's retract our speed brakes again. There you go. What speed then? Shooting up immediately. So we might as well just do this at the very end, I guess. But we are a little bit high. Yeah, so the thing is, you can also retract them a little bit, but with the mouse, I'm not really sure. See, yeah, maybe something like this. Maybe we can try. Not really sure. Okay. We'll give that a shot. Speed's going down. $10,800 feet. Speed's staying at least below 250 knots. Zoom in now. We'll turn on the landing lights. Speed brake warning. Miles until KQ. So not really sure how far we are allowed to push it like this. I guess we simply are. Maybe use a little bit more speed brake now. So GQ coming off now in 11 miles. And now the speed brake reminder. But I think we should keep it out. Actually, let's put it even further and fully extend the speed brakes down. Come on. You do it like this, yeah. Because in 6.5 miles we want to be 210 knots maximum, so we definitely need to lose some speed. So that's the reminder. We don't have localizer yet, so we're definitely getting a lot closer here. Here's the 50 knot command on engineering, and then the glide slope start. You can see actually our speed is increasing, and we have fully extended speed brakes here. Getting a little bit high on the profile, so it's really trying very hard to make 7,000 feet there at 210 knots, and looks like we're not doing too great of a job there. Still actually a little bit high. Two and a half miles to go to GQ. Let's go flaps 1. And get some more drag out there. So GQ 1 mile. See if we can retract the speed brakes for a bit. And let's turn on the localizer. Localizer armed. No DME yet. Oh, there you go, DME 19. Let's turn on the runway turn-off lights. Taxi lights. So on the way to Big Z now. 5.6 miles. Localizer armed, not captured. And the range is 17.5 nautical miles. It would be nice if we could have the checklist, landing checklist completed at around 1,000 feet. Airport elevation, I believe, was 800. 800 something. Because currently the brakes are retracted, so they're back in. We have flaps 1. Range 50 nautical miles. Localizer capture. And looking at it, maybe we should arm the approach now as well. There we go, glide slope. Lap 5, let's adjust the speed to that as well. 182 knots. There's our crosswind. Arm the speed brake. .8 miles. Flaps 15.
Traffic. Traffic. Traffic.
I'm going to turn off the T-gas. There's our traffic. It's gonna be fun. What is interesting?
Traffic.
Oh, 6.6 miles. Let's drop our gear. Flaps 20. Flaps 25. Config gear. Okay. That's a runway. 5 miles. There's our crosswind. So 148, let's go full flaps. We're at 1200 feet. Flaps 30. So landing checklist complete. Let's set this baby down.
1,000.
1000. Autopilot off. It's a cool approach. Here's our runway.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue.
50. 40.
Left.
30,
Idle.
20. 10.
That's touchdown. Whoops. Well, here we are. Well, welcome to Minneapolis. Full reverse. Knots, engine idle, flaps up, and speed brakes in, and let's vacate to the left. So there's our crosswind. It was a little bit of a messy touchdown, I think. I'm curious to see what's going to look like in the recording. But nonetheless, welcome to Minneapolis. A little bit of a late decision, but I wanted to turn right. So the nose goes really close to the yellow line, to the outer lines there of the taxiway during those turns, as you can see. The sky doll is still recording, that's cool. Can make a little landing replay. so that was oversteering a little bit then. Well, let's settle down here to the right. Oh, we're not quite there yet, only center line. Something like this. Alright, well, looks like we're here. Let's set the parking brake. Well, welcome to Minneapolis. That was 6 hours of flight. And this time I hardly slept, and I must say I'm pretty broken. I laid down a little bit and then sort of snoozed, if you will, but it was nothing. And I felt even worse after doing that. But here we are. Our PMDG 777-F with the Maersk air cargo livery coming from Reykjavik to deliver some funky goods for the people of Minneapolis. They lost their big funk hero. Oops. Alright, so at least we're in one piece. Golden hour is still upon us. And the moon, where do we keep that? That's up there. Alright, man. Thank you very much for checking, everybody. Old-fashioned simmer. Good luck on your flight, man. And thanks again for saying hi. And I'll see you all at the next video. Everybody have a very good day. Bye-bye.